Hello, welcome. Come on in. Come on in, everyone, and find your seats. Good evening. Hello, Shiko. Hello, Eggs. Hello, Utopia Tree. Hello, Noma. Come on in, everyone. It is good to see you on this Friday evening. You made it through the week. Congratulations. We're all here together again, and we will be playing Rain World after our lesson on memory tips and tricks. Eggs, you say you have someone with a memory with more holes than Swiss cheese. Well, I certainly hope that I can help with that. Hopefully we can improve all of our memories this evening. And Shiko, you've never played or seen this game, so you'll be learning along with me. Great. I have only seen it played a little bit. I've never played it before. I've heard that it's very compelling. I have also added a whole bunch of new stream avatars, so if your favorite was not in the list before, it may be there now. I think that should have all of the Pokemon generations in there now. Hello, Shiko. Hello. It has been a long week. It certainly has. We made it to Friday, though. We're here. We did it. How was your week? I hope it went well. Ah, Shiko, yes. You did mention you've had brain injuries, and so you've had trouble with memory. I hope that some of these techniques will be helpful. Yes, yes. I certainly could stand to use some of them more myself, certainly. Your week was all right. I'm glad to hear that, at least. And there is Bit Shepherd slapping down a Moki sticker for 25 bits. Thank you so much. And there is Shy Vines. Welcome. Thank you for joining our classroom. Thank you for enrolling in my class. It's good to have you here. Yes, indeed. Welcome to our Windows 98 classroom. It's not quite over for you yet, Shiko. Oh, you have to work tomorrow. You have to work on a Saturday. That is the pits. I'm sorry. Yes, all I have to do is a bunch of chores and cleaning up after my ferrets. Yuck. But they need their room cleaned out once a week or so. I've heard that the character in this game is a little ferret-like. A sort of slug cat, if you will. I've also heard that it's kind of hard, though, so maybe I'll be really bad at it. At least you can rest on Sunday, Shiko. The Super Bowl is this Sunday, is it not? Is it a week after this, or... I don't know. I stopped paying... Oh! We're already down one desk this evening. Hollow Knight-like? Something like that, Bit Shepherd. I hope it's not Hollow Knight-like. That would be too hard for me. I had to use some accessibility options to beat Hollow Knight. I don't think it's a Metroidvania. I don't think so. But I did hear it's somewhat difficult. You say it's less fair than Hollow Knight Eggs. Yikes. That might be tough. Ferret and the Blind Forest. Like, haha. Maybe. That is also one of my favorite games of all time. The Ori series. I wish I could go back and play Will of the Wisps again for the first time. Well, I think we need to get warmed up for our game, don't you think? Before we have our game, of course, we have our lessons, so let's get ready. Let's head on into the classroom. There we are. While we're here, let's check in on our behavior chart, shall we? Let's see who's who and who's where. The class vibe. Class vibe, bitchever. Well, we're excited and nervous because we have a brand new game to play. But we're super excited for the memory lesson. We're going to take a look up here and see where you are, right here at the top. In the teacher's pet class. In our behavior chart. Right here at the top. Along with Aurora the princess. Shocking to find them here. But there they are. And Seals Eat Fish, who we have sadly not seen for a little bit. And of course, Shiko, there you are as well. The good noodles so far today are Ivan, Ivy, our friend, Cyrus, Hard on Eggs, over there in the corner, and Rao. And of course, Bandit and Sad Panda. Noma, there you are down here. Seraph, Ayurisu, Lady Lukoa, who we met recently, and Almost Pirate, and Yasha. There they are. Our only bad noodles remain punished bags. Will simply not raise his behavior level. Sad to see. You hate to see it. I'm sure that Aurora will find some way to bring themselves back down. Remember, if your name is not on this list and you would like to be, please let me know. I don't put anyone on the list who doesn't want to be in the chart. I know some people actually had this in their classroom when they were growing up and did not enjoy the experience. Just let me know and I'll get you added if you'd like. But for the time being, we are going to talk about memory. But first, class, do you know why humans can't hear a dog whistle? Do you know why humans can't hear a dog whistle? I see a couple of answers. It's because dogs can't whistle. You can't hear dogs whistle because they can't whistle. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good stuff. Yes, but speaking of memory, one of my earliest memories is my family taking me to get glasses as a kid. Everything before that was a blur. Oh, it's good stuff. It's good. Good jokes. I was going to have a third joke for you, but I forgot it. Yes, well. Right. It's class time. Yes, indeed, it is Friday, February 2nd, 2024 class, and we are going to talk about memory tips and tricks today. We have had our welcome and our chat, talked a little bit, and now it is time to get to our learning check. From our previous lessons, have you been applying any of the skills from lessons we've talked about in your life? Recently, we've talked about budget-friendly nutrition, and we did a mindful eating exercise. We've talked about things like sleep health and so on. Did you apply any of these in the last week? Or any you'd like to have some clarification about or have any questions about before we continue? there's a delay between when I talk and when you can reply, so I'll wait a moment. Some of you have said you've been doing the breathing exercises occasionally. Like right there, Bit Shepherd. Even just keeping that in mind to stop and breathe before you continue. A great lesson to absorb. You take anything with you when you go into the grocery store, for example, and you remember some of the things we've talked about, it's all worth it. We have some great lessons coming up in the future as well, and a couple of collaborations I'm very excited about. I don't see any other questions. We will go into how we always start our lesson with our breathing exercise. As you know, before we start our lesson, we like to get ourselves into the right headspace, to like to get ourselves nice and calm and focused. With this breathing exercise we learned, done it before, you know how it goes. Tell me, you say you found that there's something wrong with your water balance. When you drink to thirst, immediately pee it out. You drink enough water to make the symptoms go away. Definitely something to keep in mind when talking to your doctor next time. But yeah, you shouldn't drink to thirst. That is, waiting until you are thirsty to drink. You should keep yourself hydrated before that. If you are new to our breathing exercise, this is how it goes. Sit up nice and straight. Make sure we're still comfortable. Roll our shoulders back. Keep our feet flat on the floor. Put one hand on our chest. Oh, we have a break. Hold up. And speaking of hydration, thank you for the hydration redeem, Shiko. I'll go ahead and take a drink out of my big jug of water here. Eggs, you had a big salty pizza, so you're going to be thirsty for the rest of the day. You probably will. I'm going to help deal with all of that sodium. Nomi, your doctor said that peeing a lot and being thirsty isn't a problem. Normally, no. If you aren't having any other symptoms related, it might not be an issue. It's just that you're thirsty. Maybe it is dietary. You did say you've been eating a lot of food that might be salty lately, if I remember correctly. Yes. For those who are new to our breathing exercise, like I said, sit up nice and straight, but comfortable. Feet on the floor, shoulders back. You're going to put one hand or paw or claw or talon or whatever it is that you have on your abdomen, and one on your chest, about where your breastbone is. Because we want to feel our diaphragm rising. We want to feel our abdomen extending, not so much our chest. We breathe far too shallow and far too quickly. So you want your hands to feel the air being pulled deep down into the lungs, where we have more surface area and the oxygen has more time to absorb. And during these breathing exercises, we'll only breathe 3 times, 3 breaths in through the nose. We'll hold it gently for a period, and then we'll breathe out through our mouth. In through the nose, hold, and out through the mouth. We'll do this for a count of 4 seconds on the inhale, holding gently for 7 seconds, and then letting it out for 8 seconds. Making sure to pull it down deep. I'll have a graphic up here in a moment that will show you where, and I will count it out as well. Prefer to listen. Looking, there it is on the screen. I'll give you a moment to get ready, let you know when we're going to start. But as we've talked about, Our rapid, shallow breathing these days leaves us more susceptible to stress and anxiety, can hinder our immune system. We want to take some time to consciously breathe slower. These 3 breaths will take about 1 minute. We typically breathe 3 to 5 times faster than that. So you can imagine how much that adds up over a day. So, you ready? Next time you see this pink ball come around to the dark green, we'll start breathing in. Give you a count. Ready? 3, 2, inhale. And hold it. Breathe out. All out, let your lungs empty completely. Come back around and breathe in. And hold. Exhale. One more time around, breathe in. And hold. And exhale. All the way out the full 8 seconds, and there you go. 3 breaths. All it takes is 3 breaths to fill 1 minute. Breathing nice and deep and slow. You can do that anytime. That's a great breathing exercise first thing in the morning to get yourself centered. Great breathing exercise right before bed. It's also good anytime you're feeling anxious or stressed. We had a great piece of music in the background there. Great remix from Donkey Kong Country. But if everyone is ready, I think we can continue on and start our lesson. Are you ready? Are you ready, kids? Aye? We have an aye? We have an aye, Captain? Yes, yes? All right. Well then. And if you're good, remember, we'll have class ferret time. Yes, indeed, class. Today we are going to be talking about memory. Seems like a pretty simple concept. What do you think about memory? What do you think your memory level is at? In what ways do you think memory is a little bit like some of the things you see on the screen here? These hard drives and flash drives, SSDs, the save icon. What ways do you think it's different? What preconceived notions might you have about the issue? Eggs, you say you have a hard drive filled in your mind with trivia. Maybe not too far off from the truth. Big old area in your head filled with facts and figures. Bit Shepherd says human memory is magical and amazingly powerful and also flawed and terrible. All true, all true. No lies told so far. Nico, you've had medical testing, and one of them was for memory, and you got a percentile test, and you got a 1. You're in the 1st percentile? Well, we're going to start off talking about the very basics. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Hi, Evie. Welcome. It's good to see you here. Come on in and find your seats. We've just begun our lesson on memory. Just started talking. We haven't gotten into the meat and potatoes of it yet. Just in time, yes. For those of you who are new, you can pick whatever stream avatar you would like in the panel below the stream video. believe it should have all of the Pokemon generations in there now. Noma, you say you've designed a storage system that should be able to mimic human memory, storage, and recall without increasing size beyond a certain point. Well, let me know when you start to market that so I can invest and make billions. Like I said, we're just going to talk about the very basics to start with, and don't be afraid of this diagram. We're not going to talk much about the brain. I just wanted you to see it. You do have one inside of you. Unfortunately, it is not color-coded like the one you see here. There are three main brain areas, just to touch on briefly when it comes to memory. And the first is that part in the front, the part right behind your eyes, the part in your big old forehead. That's the prefrontal cortex. That's the thinking part. You put your hand to your head like you're trying to think really hard. That's where the thinking happens. The hippocampus, the little brown shaded area you might see there, it's named after the seahorse. Apparently that's what hippocampus means, because someone somewhere thought it looked like a seahorse. I don't see the resemblance, but the hippocampus is where the large mammals go to learn eggs. That's a good joke. That's a good one. The hippocampus. The hippocampus is where most memory is processed and stored. So that's where your trivia is. The amygdala, which is the little red spot you may see there connected, is the emotional center of the brain. So when I asked people on Twitter and in the Discords and places what their earliest memories were, most of them had early memories that were emotionally charged, things that had a lot of emotional weight. A first Christmas or the first birthday they remember. So it's not surprising that the emotion center being connected right next to the memory center would mean that memories that have emotional significance are so much stronger. But yes, these areas, the hippocampus consolidates these memories. There are some other parts that are involved in, like our movement memory, the skills we've learned in movement. This orange area here, this is where I had my brain injury. Ah, yes. Eggs asking about CTE. CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. That is actually all over the brain. Yes, I need to breathe, yeah. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy. It is where certain proteins actually start to unravel. Like the yarn on a sweater. It just starts to unravel. And the brain really becomes quite thin, I guess, is a way you could put it. Yes, eggs. That's when all the parts start to get mixed up. The proteins start breaking down, and it's a lot like Alzheimer's. It's a lot like dementia. It just comes on much more rapidly. But that's the basics about the brain and memory. We don't need to remember all of that so much. Remember, this is a skills-based classroom. I don't need you to remember which parts of the brain do what. We're here to learn some useful skills. But we are going to mention the stages of memory, because this is going to be important. The first thing we do is to encode a memory. When we see something, it's in a visual form, or we hear something and it's in audio, or we touch something and it's in a sensation of feeling. The brain needs to encode it in a format that it can actually be used and stored. Like the film in a camera being digitized into an MP4. So if you meet someone new at a party and you learn their name, Mr. Aegis, your brain codes that auditory information into a code. Then the next step is consolidation. This is where it's stabilized and organized for long-term storage. So after that party where you meet me, you meet Mr. Aegis, the neural connections to that part of the brain where it's stored are strengthened. And it's connected to areas that are associated with it, like my appearance or the context in which we met at a party. And then it's stored. Retaining that data is encoded, consolidated over time. So the memory of you meeting me is stored in the neocortex. All the details about our meeting, my name, what the party was like, how you felt meeting me, those are then stored for future retrieval. And in retrieval is where you are actually accessing it later, purposefully. You remember that you met me and you're trying to remember my name, and whether or not it's successful, it occurs, and you remember the person's name, or you don't. It may code the nicknames, yes, Chico. It will probably store them next to each other because you learned them together. You might forget the name though, because the different connections are strengthened or weakened if you use one more often than the other. That goes into our next point here of a reconsolidation. Retrieved memories may become, the term is I always forget how to pronounce the word. Labile, liable to change or easily altered, the definition, if you don't make use of them, or they may be more stabilized. So if you learn more about me later, you learn about my interests, my occupation, these will strengthen that because you'll have more context. It'll be a more full story, a full picture of me. Lastly is amplification. This is when we're consciously remembering things and repeating information to enhance its retention. So if after meeting me, you try to remember it by repeating the name over to yourself. Okay, what was his name again? Oh, it was Aejis. Aejis. That can help to strengthen that memory. Yes. That's just a little bit about the stages, a little quick bit on the stages. And we get into the other two stages that are not about remembering, but are about forgetting. Of course, we don't really need to define forgetting. We know that it's not being able to retrieve the information that we've stored. But if you don't actively recall or reinforce the memory of meeting that person, there is the risk that you might forget the details. You might forget specific face details. You might forget what we talked about. Interference can also happen when you get new information or competing information that disrupts the retrieval of those memories. So if you meet a lot of people at that party, that's going to make it more challenging to recall any specific person. Unless, of course, you stand out. If you make yourself really stand out at the party, people are going to remember. There's a couple of little pages about the basics of how memory works, stages it goes through. Like I said, that's not something you need to remember. I'm not going to quiz you on that. You can always go back and rewatch it later with our memory tips in mind so that you can remember. What I want to ask, though, what are your thoughts on the usual methods? After hearing a little bit about the brain parts involved in memory and the stages we go through in memory retention, what do you think about the ways in which we normally try to learn things? What are the usual methods that you see people normally using when they're trying to study something or remember something, learn something? What are some of the ways you tried to learn when you were studying? EB says limericks. That's a good one. All right, Chico. If you need to get to rest, go ahead and do that. Don't let me keep you up. Use our sleep practices and get some good rest, and we'll see you next time. Good Shepherd, you say you usually write things down and never look at it again. But the act of writing helps you. Good. Vines. Yeah, storytelling with elements of the thing you need to remember. Whoa! Oh! Oh, and the hearts right after at least sort of helped with the pain. Thank you for those redeems, Shy Vines. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Shy Vines. Oh gosh. Oh, my brain. Yeah, the storytelling element really does help. Teaching really helps, Chico. We're gonna talk. Oh God. Oh, get this snow off me. Yes, we're gonna talk about some of those.
Oh, he did for sure. Miss Riz, you are a bad teacher.
Oh, God, bless it. We're going to talk about some of those techniques you mentioned, as well as the ones that don't necessarily work so well. Here are some of the common conceptions, the things that people usually do. This is the sort of, common knowledge of how people learn. The usual MO in schools. The first one you probably can see right off the bat is passive rereading, where we simply read something and read it over again and hope that it stays in our brain. But it doesn't really work that well. Passive rereading without active engagement, usually not very effective for long-term retention. And then as you mentioned there, Bit Shepherd, highlighting everything. Excessive highlighting when you're not really thoughtfully selecting it, probably just going to lead to information overload. Multitasking. We've talked about this one extensively in our lessons on overstimulation. Trying to do more than one task at a time, trying to study while engaging in things like texting and social media can lead to reduced concentration, and so you're not going to have as good of memory consolidation. And lastly, cramming. Last-minute intense study sessions. It might work in the short term, but it's not really going to work for long-term recall, is it? Nope. And we'll talk about why in just a little bit. There are 3 others that people do a lot that don't really work that well. And that's passive listening, where you're simply listening to someone speak, listening to a lecture on a recorded video or a podcast or audible version. Typically, it's really easy to space out and do other things while you're doing that, so the memories really don't get encoded. And then, of course, there it is, rote memorization, just trying to remember facts and figures as much as possible, remembering data, remembering dates, remembering numbers without context for them. And last is tech reliance, trying to rely on apps or learning apps that give you hints or reminders and stuff. Probably not going to do as well either. So which of those 7 that we went over, passive rereading, highlighting, multitasking, cramming, passive listening, rote memorization, and tech reliance, how many of those have you used or seen used or, were sort of defaulted to during school? Bit Shepherd, you're asking where do flashcards rate? We will talk about those. We'll talk about those in just a minute and give them a nice rating. I assume most of you were sort of guided towards passive rereading, maybe highlighting. I think we've all done some cramming and tests, or tests and quizzes. Not the best techniques you can go with. So let's talk about the alternatives. What should we do instead of passive rereading? The alternative to passive rereading is active engagement. Instead of just reading through a section, you want to summarize smaller sections. Instead of reading a chapter, read a paragraph and summarize that paragraph. Ask questions about what it said as if you were explaining it to someone else. Teaching, as someone said earlier, I believe Chico. Read that one paragraph and then to yourself or to another person if you have someone available. Explain to them what it meant. Not what it says, but what it means. That is one of my favorite techniques after I read a paper. If I'm just taking a walk or I'm exercising or something, I'll have a little conversation in my head with a hypothetical person. I'm normal. I'm normal. Not an actual person in my head. It's just me talking to myself. But I'll have a little conversation and act like I'm teaching that person what I just read about. That's a lot of strong, active reinforcement of what you've just read. Instead of highlighting a lot, the next technique you can use as an alternative is to highlight only very few critical things and write notes next to it, filling in the gaps. Yeah, you say everyone has in-head conversations there, Eggs. Yeah. We're normal. It's totally normal. I try to use those to teach myself to teach others. You've done a lot of Oscar speeches in the showers, Egg? Oh my goodness, yes. Shiko, you say that's what you do? If you need to explain something, then you need to simplify it yourself. Yeah, and it can work better if you're actually teaching someone. Yeah, having their genuine questions is great. You're telling someone else about something you're trying to learn, then you get their perspective as well. The next one, instead of multitasking, we've talked about single tasking before, but I'll mention it again. The other thing you can do, though, is create a learning zone. When we did talk about sleep, we talked about keeping a sleep area that's just for sleep, right? So that your brain is primed to think, this is the time to sleep. Well, you can't always just modify your desk space or wherever it is that you do your studying and learning. But you can sort of create a virtual environment for yourself. Create a dedicated study environment on your laptop or computer. Change your desk arrangement. Change your wallpaper to something that is just for when you sleep, or just for when you study, just for when you're learning. Get yourself in a headspace that this is a time for studying and learning. Ed Shepard suggests using your public library. Fantastic advice. No better place to feel like you are in a learning environment. Great idea. Whoops, I switched to a different screen there. I'm trying to get this to full screen. Oh, yep, that's, I deserve that bonk. I deserve that spitball. I screwed up, sorry. Yes, you can use a different browser entirely. Chico, good idea. You just want to create a mental space, a headspace that says, whoa! A headspace that says, now is the time to learn. Now is the time to study. And what can we do instead of cramming? I just noticed Shy Vine's stream avatar. That's a large pink dog. That is quite a large pink dog. Yes, instead of cramming, you want to do active engagement. You want to save yourself a lot of moments by pre-planning your learning segments. This one's really important because I want you to connect this with our lesson on sleep. Remember what happened in stage 2 of sleep. Does anyone who took our sleep lesson remember what stage 2 did? What happened to our brain in stage 2? What did it do? How is that dog so big? Why is the dog so big? What's the dog doing? I'm glad it's so big. It makes you stand out. I can see that you're there. Meanwhile, we have tiny little pocket, there. Yes, if you remember from our sleep lesson, in one of the stages of sleep, your brain goes through consolidation. There are little spikes in your brain waves during stage 2. Little period of quiet in the brain and then a spike of brain activity where your brain is consolidating and collating and collecting all those memories and organizing them, which is why sleep is such a huge factor in consolidating information. You literally do think better when you sleep on it. You want to be able to give your brain time to actually put that memory into long-term storage. If you only think about something once, not going to be there very strongly. Yes. Some of these are very study heavy. They're about learning through study, but they can also be applied in the working world. Let's say you get a job managing expenses in an office. Your coworker shows you how to submit the checks in the company system. Whoa! Oh, we have a huge Epion there. Chico, one of my favorite Gundams. Yeah, well, you'll want to sleep on it and then ask them to show you it again and reinforce it. Of course, passive listening, where you're just listening to a lecture, doesn't work all that great. So make it active by asking questions. Oh, yes. Good night. Good night, Chico. Have a good sleep. Always be asking questions whenever you can, even if you're somewhat sure. Having them reiterate it, and usually they'll reiterate it in different words, is just going to make your learning all that faster. Asking questions for clarification makes it more concrete in your mind. So again, if you were to say get a new job and someone is training you, what do we usually say? When they ask if we got something, or if they need to explain again, oh yeah, we got it. I got it. And then 2 days later, you're not sure how to do your time clock. Ask the first time, get clarification, reinforce it the next time. Then, of course, we don't want to do rote memorization, just facts and figures. We want to find relationships. We want to find the connections between things. We want to understand the concepts. And this is where acronyms and mnemonics can be very helpful. Let's use a work reference again and say, you get a job in an office. One of your duties is sending your department's expenses to the accounts payable department. And you're thinking, oh, there's a lot of steps here. I got to enter the amount. Then I got to enter the vendor. Then the address. Attach the receipt. I need to say what it's for. I need to send it to the right department. How am I going to get this all right and remember it all? Let's see, I make a little anagram for it. Make a little acronym. See here. Enter the amount first, then the vendor, then the address, then the receipt or sales receipt, and then the date. I tell myself time. I note the purpose. I send it to the right department. I note who it's for. Oh, I made myself an acronym. A vast PDF. A, B, A, S, T, P, D, F. Acronyms are exceptionally powerful things for remembering steps and processes. YAR. Can anyone tell me a famous example of an acronym in trying to remember things in a school context? Say math, for example. Anyone tell me a famous, say, math acronym? I've got two great ones right here already. Bit Shepherd and Pocket. We have PEDMAS or PEMDAS, depending on where you live, and SOHCAHTOA. Does anyone here remember what PEMDAS or PEDMAS means? What it stands for? And what can you remember about SOHCAHTOA? So in math, when you're doing a function, an equation, do the parentheses first, and then the exponents, and then division or multiplication, and then multiplication or division, and then addition and subtraction. That is the order in which you do an equation. That helpful acronym helps you remember that. And so katoa is sine sine something hypotenuse. Oh my god, it's been so long. Cosine sine angle, yeah. Tan angle. God, you're gonna have to help me with this pocket. SOHCAHTOA. Opposite adjacent. God, opposite adjacent. Yeah, so that's yeah, thank you. That was embarrassing. Anyway, yes, so acronyms, thank you, Evie. Acronyms can be very helpful in helping you remember things long term. There was one other that I was going to mention, which is FOIL. First, outside, inside, last. Acronyms can help you remember things for a long, long time, and then they never leave your brain. I want to get into a few other augmentations, other things that you can do. Those are better ways to study generally, but here are some more specific practices. One of which is visualization. Bit Shepherd, your sister taught you the quadratic equation as sung to the U of M fight song. I will forgive you for using the U of M, but that's a great technique. In visualization, you use mental images, represent the things you want to remember. And the more vivid, the better. So if you're trying to remember what we talked about in our budget food video, picture yourself actually using it. Picture yourself going through the grocery store and actually putting it into practice. Association is obviously something that can be helpful too. Associate something you're learning now with something you already know. Like a recipe you're trying to put to memory. Associate it with another recipe that you do know how to do. Chunking you've probably heard of. Probably heard of this technique before, where you break down large amounts of information into smaller, more manageable little bits. The simplest way to put this might be you're trying to learn a new piece on the piano, but instead of learning the whole piece at once, you just learn one line at a time. Three others that we'll talk about are method of loci, or mind palace, which you've probably heard of in TV shows. This is a little bit abstract. It's associating pieces of information with specific locations. A familiar place that you know well, and you mentally walk through that space to recall the information. One particularly strong way I hear this is used is to take the statements or ideas that you're trying to remember, walk through somewhere you're familiar with in your mind, mentally walk through that area, and put those things down in a place there. Like you take the first part of this discussion we're having, and you mentally put it down on the bed. And then you walk to your desk and you put the next part of the discussion or the next fact you want to remember, put that down on your desk. You walk to the living room and you put one down on the couch, put one down on the kitchen table. And then you go back and you pick them all up in the order that you put them down. That's the mind palace method. Next one we'll talk about is rhyming and chants. I love rhyming and chants. Rhythmic patterns make things very much more memorable. Jingles fall into this category too, which is why you'll have things like a good neighbor, State Farm is there, in your head forever, because it's a memorable jingle. It doesn't have to rhyme even, but if it does, all the better. I won't ask if anyone remembers one because I have one I don't want to talk about right away. You may remember this rhyme. 30 days hath September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31, but February 28. With leap year coming once in 4, February then has 1 day more. I don't think I would be able to just remember offhand which days of the or months of the year have 30 and 31 days if I didn't have that little rhyme in my head. If you can create a little rhyme that helps you remember a piece of information, it'll stick with you very well. Last, for the memory techniques, are keywords and cues. Yes, Bitch Ever, we do not need to see the J.G. Wentworth video again, but it is in our hearts and in our minds. We recall it now. Keywords and cues can be really helpfully used to trigger a memory. This is really good for presentations. It's really hard to remember an entire presentation that you're trying to deliver. Trying to remember everything word for word. But if you can use keywords from each section that you want to remember, it makes it a lot more manageable. If you want to give a presentation to your coworkers on unionizing, you'll remember, say, just the key points you want to hit. You want to start in the introduction. You want to talk about hours. Talk about the difference in hours under the unionized deal. Just remember hours, start, finish. Okay, that reminds me, I want to talk about changing the policy of requiring us to arrive early without clocking in and clocking out, but having to stay and clean. You don't have to remember that whole thing, because just having that keyword in your head, okay, hours means this. But you want to hit that next point about how checks aren't paid till Monday and you don't have that money for the weekend, but you just remember the keyword checks. Associating things with keywords can make things a lot easier than memorizing an entire section. Yes. There are some physical things we can do, though, to also help us with memory. And those are some things that we've talked about in the past. We've talked about sleep, talked about getting physical activity, talked about good nutrition. We've talked about socialization, but in specific, isolation from others when you're learning can be more difficult. That group work, those group study sessions, are more valuable than people realize. Limiting yourself to just your perspective on something when you're learning it hinders your learning process. Hearing other people, even if they're struggling with the material, reinforces your learning. Reinforces the concepts you're talking about through discussion. But just to hit these 4 lightly, when you don't get enough sleep, you don't have enough time to consolidate, like we talked about in that sleep lesson and a little bit earlier. Physical activity, of course. Regular physical activity increases your cognitive function. Lastly, did say nutrition. We'll talk about, just briefly, some of the nutritional parts that can help with memory. Eggs, you're going to try and get it at least 8 hours for once this week. That's good. I hope you do. I know that you have been a little bit scatterbrained in your sleep. Noma says better than remembering, just remembered where to look it up. Well, you still have to remember something then. Bit Shepherd talks about rubber duck debug, where you go line by line and explain what the code does to a rubber duck. Sounds like some of the things we're talking about. Yes, the There are some nutritional things you can do to help with your brain function and memory. When it comes to vitamins, C and E are antioxidants and they can help protect the brain from stress. The B complex vitamins, especially 6, 9, and 12, help with neurotransmitter synthesis, the growth of new neurotransmitters. And vitamin D, when you have too low a level, that can help or hurt your cognitive function. Yes. Nomakin says, B vitamins are abundant in meat and nuts, but they're water soluble, so you have to replace it every day. You can and should get a good amount of B vitamins every day, yes. Eggs says, I say B complex, but you find it very simple, really. Ha ha, you got me again. When it comes to minerals, magnesium and zinc are helpful for neurotransmission and protection of your neurons. Zinc and magnesium are often sold together in a ZMA complex. Again, complex. You can get them together at once if you're looking to supplement. Yes, touch grass or you're thinky no think good too good. Bit Shepherd. And as Noma has been talking about recently, omega-3 fatty acids, they are very good for your brain structure and function. So these are some of the nutrients that might help if you're looking to get a little bit of a boost in your memory and cognition. You shouldn't rely on these in terms of supplementation. It's always preferable to get them from nutritional sources if you can. Yes, yes. The two things you do want to avoid, of course, though, are stress and anxiety. High levels of stress and anxiety interfere with the encoding of those memories, hence the little blocked Wi-Fi symbol here. And cortisol, the so-called stress hormone, can affect your ability to form memories. Of course, we can't control all the stress in our lives. We can't control all the things that happen around us. It's going to happen. But you can try to minimize it. Take the time to do a breathing exercise before you study. And afterwards. Do a little bit of mindful relaxation before and after. Give your brain a little bit of a break from that stress and anxiety. So that just before and just after you've studied or tried to learn something at work or remembered, your brain has the time to actually start putting those memories into long-term storage. Can't eliminate all of the stress in today's life, but we can reduce it a little bit. I will also say you should definitely minimize alcohol consumption. Alcohol is pretty strong and good at undermining memory formation. And there's one last little slide to go over, and that is ways we can stay sharp. Moving away from things that we want to avoid, we can go back to things that we do want to do. I'm just going to talk about a few general cognitive-based activities that can help us to stay sharp. You see the little crossword here, I'm sure. They're actually good. It does work. The research is there. Crossword puzzles do help with our word recall and association. Can stimulate our verbal memory and language skills. You see a little Sudoku up there as well. That can help with our logical reasoning, pattern recognition. That can help with our working memory, concentration. Chess pieces are up there. Chess is, of course, a strategic game, so it needs planning and foresight and memory. Card games involve memory, attention, and strategic thinking. Jigsaw puzzles are also great because they require visual spatial reasoning, require a lot of attention to detail. Certain video games can even be beneficial. Do any of you know of or can think of any video games that you think might be good for memory or improving your cognition? While you're thinking about that, I'll touch on board games. Games like Scrabble, for example, are good for vocabulary recall and strategy. There are some specific brain training apps that have some study behind them that suggest they might be beneficial. A lot of people work with trivia games and think that will help in, it can be somewhat helpful, but just filling your head with random trivia might not be the best. Eggs mentions, Gym Bros talk about shocking the muscle. And since the brain is sort of like a muscle you have to build, you got to shock that muscle. No, do not hit your head real hard against a wall once a day. Do not shock the brain. Do not shock the system. That's an Adam Cole reference. Evie says, you really enjoyed the exploration elements of Hollow Knight and Rain World and memorizing the map to navigate on future playthroughs. Yes, very much so. Making yourself remember and doing so in a way that has some emotional content. The game makes you feel a certain way. The story makes you feel a certain way. Certain areas of the map invoke different feelings. Eggs mentions Obra Dinn, The Case of the Golden Idol. That's good brain games. Obra Dinn. I've heard a few people mention that now. Something I guess I should look into. But also, I see a guitar there. I forgot to mention this. I'm glad I had the little reminder there of having the guitar on the slide. Playing an instrument, practicing an instrument, extremely good for your memory. You don't have to be good at it. You don't even have to be really practicing or learning. Even a casual attempt at plucking a few notes, looking up how to play a little bit. That can be very helpful for your cognition and memory. I'm seeing that Obra Dinn is a stylish as heck great story. Something I definitely need to look into then. We are all about great storytelling here. What about board games? What are some of your favorite board games? I like Scrabble quite a bit. I would say one of my favorite card games is Backgammon. Backgammon's not a card game. Backgammon is a dice game. I like Cribbage. Cribbage, yes. Yes. Cribbage is my favorite card game. Bit Shepherd, you like deck builders like Dominion. Omakin says memory is stored like music. Similar songs use the same locations. That's why when you hear one tune, you're like, is that this song or is that this other song? Because the tunes are the same. Yes. Well, class, that is everything that I have for you on our lesson on memory. We just went through a little bit about how memory functions, the stages we go through, some of the techniques that are commonly used, why they don't work so well, other techniques that might be better, some tips that you might find yourself using in the future, and some other ways to stay sharp and to augment our brain function and development. Yes, and thank you for that clip, Bit Shepherd, as always. Do we have any questions, any thoughts before we proceed? Anything you'd like to talk about? Before we head on into Rain World? You all paid attention very well. Only a few little bits of disruption and bad behavior. Oh, yes, that... Oh, God, Adel. So, Bit Shepherd posted this in the Discord. Let me just bring it up. That is indeed a big cat. That is a large cat, Adel. It fits them very well. I'll go ahead and read this. That was posted in the Discord. The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviation to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position that it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now, the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is in is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation. The variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't. If variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because a variation has modified some of the information that the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason. And it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to correct the deviation and its variation, which is called error. No need to abridge. I should go full-time pro. I could do voiceovers, I could do dramatic readings, I could do some ASMR. I could do that. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to play Rain World. We load it up here for us. Now, I do not know much about this game. Like I said, I have not played it before. Oh, you're so welcome, Shy Vines. I know. This is my first time giving a lesson on memory. Not typically within my realm as a health teacher. Something somewhat tangentially related. Oh, thank you, Vines. Oh. Not perfectly within my wheelhouse, but something that I've been working on so that I can help students during midterms and finals. Hopefully so that they start studying before finals week. But yes, our next couple of lessons we'll get back to more traditional health and wellness type topics. But someone, Noma mentioned music earlier, and that is another topic I would like to go into in a lesson and talk about how music affects the brain, how music improves our cognition, how it can help our mood. That might be a fun little lesson. Everyone loves music. I haven't met yet a person who says that they don't like music. Like when someone puts in their profile, like their dating profile, oh, I love music and I love food. Well, I mean, is there someone who doesn't? Yes, that's another topic I would like to talk about at some point. What else do we need to do in the future? I should do a lesson on fear. I should do a lesson on how fear works and being scared, since I have to play Five Nights at Freddy's at some point. The class put in enough channel points for a goal that means I now have to play Five Nights at Freddy's coming up soon. But maybe I'll do a little lesson on how fear works, maybe how to not be so afraid of things. That might be a fun lesson. We do still have a stream hopefully planned to talk about neurodivergence with a social psychologist who will join us in a collab. But let us open up Rain World. I myself am going to get this redeemed because I need it, and that means that you should consider doing it too. Take a big drink of this water here. Okay. I'm going to turn our background music off. I don't know a whole lot about this game, so I don't know what the music is like. But I'll just We'll just go with the game music for now. Oh! Oh, thank you, Evie. Adel, I will try to think like Slugcat. And I'm so happy to be checking it out. Adel actually got this game for me. It was some time ago, and I just never got around to playing it. And in we go. The monk. Weak of body, but strong of spirit. In tune with the mysteries of the world and empathetic to its creatures, your journey will be a significantly more peaceful one. The survivor. A nimble omnivore, both predator and prey. Lost in a harsh and indifferent land, you must make your own way, with wit and caution as your greatest assets. The hunter. Strong and quick, with a fierce metabolism requiring a steady diet of meat. But the stomach won't be your only concern, as the path of the hunter is one of extreme peril. I'm guessing you'll want me to play monk. I'm not good at video game. Survivor, Evie? Okay, I'll start with Survivor. I did beat Elden Ring. I should be able to handle this. Then again, I am getting shot down quite ruthlessly in Red Dead often. It's the intended way, okay. Thank you for the gold stars, Kiwi Pigment. Welcome. Come on in and find your seat. It's good to see you. Let me know how the volume is, if things are too loud, too quiet, if my voice is too loud, too quiet. Oh, look at them. Look at how cute they are. And yes, I mean you, class. Look at how cute they all are. Catching Zubats. Chomping them down. Uh-oh. Oh no. What's happening? No. Add. Yes, hi Kiwi. We've talked elsewhere. See you finally. I don't think I've been able to see you outside of Twitter before. Okay, this is me, apparently. I am the little slug. Learning how to move around here. Using a controller, though. Reminds you of the opening of Stray, Bit Shepherd. Right. Get used to these controls here. Is that a helicopter? Is that a helichopter? You are hungry. Find food. Okay. Eat. Find some food. Looks like food up there. Looks like a thing. Hello, thing. I want that food up there. See a white light? Okay. Squeeze through it. I can climb the pole. Nice. Climbing up towards these little eye things. What do they got going on? Oh. Okay. Catch and eat them. Caught. Okay, how eat? How eat? Oh, num. Yummy. Yummy. Got it. Four is enough to hibernate. Okay, cool. I catch another one, though. Hibernating is nice, but... Yeah, yummy. Chomp, chomp. Get eaten. Get eaten, idiot. You are the prey. Oof. Scooch on right by you there. Get munched, idiot. You didn't want to get eaten, you should have been a predator. Guessing I'll probably get eaten at some point there too. Whoa, 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 it gave me some instructions there. X. Oh, you can do a leap. Okay. Hold it down and leap. Rain is coming, find shelter. Uh-oh. Okay, run. Oh, is this shelter? This place is safe. Stay here to hibernate. Okay. Oh. Okay. Successfully hibernated. Yeah, it doesn't say healthy rain world, it just says rain world. It does seem like there might be something wrong with this rain. I see bats. I see food. Ooh, I'll sit up on this pole here. Gotcha. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Got another. Chomp, chomp. Mmm, delicious. Oh, I'm just getting lots of food now. Don't stop eating. Oh, what was that? Sweet, we're all full on food now. Can't get up there. Go the other way. Get up here. Yes, indeed I can. Oh, I can't go in there. Oof. I think there's no fall damage. But this is the only way I can go. Oh, I can just go straight up. Haha, very silly. Very silly of me. I feel like a horror could come upon me at any time, though. Well, there is fall damage. I just have to fall very far. Okay. Well, I mean, that's definitely going to happen. Oh, there was a creature. Oh my goodness, a creature. There was a monster of some kind. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it wants from me. Ouch. Oh, it's a stick. I have a stick. Oh, I have a weapon. It's all over for you fools now. It's all over for you haters now. Giving me a weapon was the worst mistake they could have made. Oh, there it is. Okay. I gotta figure out how to throw this thing. Come on, you big green ugly lizard. Yeah, you better run. Come on. Don't you want some of this? Don't you want this delicious white slug cat meat? No? Okay, that was the opposite of what I wanted to do. How do I throw it? Oh. Now I can't find the stick. I threw the stick. Threw the stick and lost it. Yes. Climb faster, kitty. Faster, pussycat. Oh, I have it now. Okay. Climb! Climb! I want to get my first kill. Oh, shoot. Darn it, I missed. Pick up the stick. What the heck is this thing? Oh, it broke my stick? They stick in the wall forever? Oh no. I don't like the sounds of this. This looks like it's going very badly for me now. It's raining. I feel like this means I'm dying. Oh, I can just go back to my same hibernation spot? Okay. Whew. Oh, well then. Yes, EP time. Time. Wow. Alright, let me out. Let me out, let me out. Let me out. Who built this stuff? Seems pretty conveniently made for hibernating for a small slug cat. Oh, I have a rock. Cool. I'll take a rock. Man's first weapon. He's right there. He chased me this whole way? Come on, you mosquito-looking bugger. Okay, I'm dead. I'm dead. Slug cat dead. I guess I did anger at Evie. And hold things in my stomach for later? Not like real life. It's a secret tool that will help us later. I guess I must have made it angry because it followed me all the way into my home. Well, now my mission is to kill it. Objects can be picked up, carried, and tossed. Oh. Got 2. How do I put them in my stomach? Mmm, delicious. Oh, he wants more. Oh, dead again. Was I even harming it? It's not going to leave me alone now, is it? I really have angered it. Was I hurting it? Or is I just making it angry? Keeps giving me the controls, but then I... forgetting. Alright, Noodlefly. I guess it's just you and me. Oh, yep, here you are. Uh-oh. Oh, jeez. What the heck? I was on top of it. There's both of them. There's both of them in here. What's going on? What? It killed me even though I was in the tunnel? Rip to me. It does have a long poker. She's very angry at me. I didn't even do anything. Let's pick up. Throw. I'm just a little soft thing. Only rocks for weapons. It's got a sharp stinger. Maybe some kind of proboscis. Apparently it has a friend with it too. We're just gonna play keep away for a little bit here. Yeah, I don't know if this is actually hurting it though. If these rocks are hurting it. I don't want to hurt her baby. She won't leave me alone. Oh, wow. It snagged me right through the tunnel. It got me. Got me good. Killed me, but good. Okay. I'm gonna have to figure out how to kill this thing. Obviously. I don't even want any trouble. It's Jackie Chan over here. I didn't want any trouble. I missed. Yep, it got me again. I got caught. Dang. I need to get that stick up there, I think. Slug cat, slug cat. Should have watched more scurry videos. Help me, fluffy dragon, help me. Come on, you bugger, come get me. I know you're out there. Oh, it's a different one. It's the green one? Oh, no. It's the green one and the red one coming. Oh, I got it. I killed it. It's dead. Can I eat it? It's my food now. Well, that's a slow climb up there, huh? Do I have to kill its baby now? Oh, something else can. Okay. Good tip. Can't get through there. Its mom is stuck. Get out of here. Come on, I'm trying to feed your baby to a monster. Sorry for your loss. There we go. Hey. Yummy. Eat it up good. Mmm. Chomp chomp. Oh, I got some berries. Okay. Don't eat me. Don't eat me, please. I fed you, right? You're not going to hurt me, right? Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is going on with you, man? Are you having some kind of seizure? It's okay. Just gonna go up here and eat this berry, okay? Ah, I gotta fly too. Gotcha. Oh, there we go. I'm just being very silly, sorry. Oh, the two of them will fight. Well, the one that I fed is dead. Oh no. Well, they can do what they gotta do. Y'all can just hash out your differences over there. Oof. Oh, they're really having it out there, huh? Here's a strange energy, it says. Yeah, but it sounds like another bad thing is gonna come, so I need to leave. Right? Sounds like there's more rain coming. Is that it? Am I outside now? These are like totems of some kind. Let them fight. I don't know what's happening with them, but they're not very happy. Listen, whatever beef you guys got has nothing to do with me. Oh, wow. They are indeed coming this way. And now there's 3 of them. But I do have a weapon, at least. Unfortunately, their beef is also taking place right on top of the tube that I want to go into. We're going to need you all to chill out. Yeah, scooch right by you there. Oh no! I couldn't scooch right by him. Well, that was unfortunate. They're procedurally animated, you say? I mean, they look quite beautiful. In a nightmarish way. Wish they didn't have to kill me. And that little bugger can stay far away from me. Not even going to try and fight you anymore. You stay the hell away from me, you monster. Yeah, fight each other instead. Plenty of meat on your bones for each other. That is an epic battle, I'm sure. Oh, why? Why? There's other food for you to eat. Hello, Ruffles. Welcome. Come on in. Good to see you. Good to meet you. My name is Mr. Aegis. Oh god, I'm almost dead. I am a health teacher in the real world, in the meat space. I give short health lessons and play first-time playthroughs. This is my first time playing Rain World. I've watched Scurry play it a little bit and thought, oh, that's pretty cool. I can do that. It does not seem that I can, however. I am being bullied, and it is, oh god. Oh, got me. God, it poked me right in the side.
Everyone, we have an announcement to make. Stop bullying!
Yes, please stop bullying me, Mosquito Mama. Yes, hello. It's good to meet you, Ruffles. As you may see, I am a badger. We have a classroom theme here because of my job in the real world. We had a lesson earlier today on improving memory tips, little tips and tricks and hacks. Last week we did a mindful eating exercise. The week before that we talked about budget-friendly healthy meal planning. I have a couple of different ideas for some upcoming lessons. Hopefully I will survive long enough to give them. Okay, I'm full of weapons. I'm gonna have to make my stand here. Oh, I missed. I missed. I missed. I missed. I missed. And now I don't have any weapon. Get away from me, you monster. Oh yes, I am perfectly happy with any... Oh god. Any guidance that can be provided. Right in my starting area, it just will not leave me alone. I didn't even do anything. Okay. Try and get them stuck into the ground. Okay, I'm gonna make my stand here. Right, here you are. Come get me, you monster. Yep, here comes the spike. Gotcha. Nope. Come on. Gotcha. There. Now you're dead and in hell forever. Oh no, it's this one now. Yeah, no, I'm a pro. Now I can fight these lizards. Yep. Rocks and spears, our first weapons. Oh, I should feed the newt mom to a lizard. Lizard? A lizard? At. Get over here, I'm hungry. Yes, yes. Oh, I can take this to the lizard? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's a purple one. Yum. Chomp it. Chomp it down, buddy. Does he like it? You happy? Hard to tell. Yeah, we're just trying our best over here. It's hard out here in Rain World. Oh, they're fighting. Yep, you guys can just fight to the death on your own. Wish I could help, but sorry. Above my pay grade. Oh no, there's two of them. Two green lizards and a pink lizard and a newt baby and some bats. This is a thriving ecosystem. We're learning a lot about biology here. Learning so much. I'm full on food. Okay, that's good. Oh, it's screaming. It's screeching at me. I don't like that. Sorry. Sorry your mom sucked at protecting you. Not my fault. Oh, yes. I could bring it to a shelter and eat it later. Purple and green are both blocking my exits. Uh-oh. Fight each other. Do it. For my amusement. Don't you stare at me like that. Just gonna stare at me like that, isn't it? There's all three of them are fighting each other. What are you doing? Don't come up after me. Wow, this is some National Geographic stuff right here. Oh, they fought all the way out. Oh wow, they're up there now. What is this purple one even doing? Sort of freaking out and dancing? Is it my friend now because I feeded it? Oh wow. Well, it wants this newt that I have. Well, you can't have it, it's mine. I killed its mom and it's mine now. Oh, is it my friend now? Let me drop this and see if it goes and gets it. Okay, yes it did. It's possible to tame lizards. Okay, well let's see if that's what happened. It's not killing me. Huh. Huh. Now there's two pink ones fighting a green one. We really are just watching some Animal Planet stuff here, aren't we? Okay, well, you can fight it out with my friend. Oh, I'm gonna get back out of this hole because one's coming right up after me. Are you saying, Adel, that it's the rules of nature? Is that what you're telling me? Oh, God. Rules of nature. Oh, the friends follow? Alright, well, I can't get out of the hole because... Can't get into or out of this hole. My monster friends and enemies are everywhere. This is wild. Okay, okay. Trying to get... Oh, darn it. Why do I keep messing up? Alright, come out here. Killed him. Yeah. Get got, buddy. Get stabbed. Arrows are tunnels. Okay. Okay, haven't been down here. Or have I? My lizard is in my way. It's like my ferret's crawling in the tubes. And I'm dead. That was not my friend. That particular lizard was not my friend. That particular one was not my friend. That one didn't like me. Oh, he was? Why he stomp on my head? Friendship isn't forever, Evie. I upset him by pushing him away. Yeah, I tend to do that to my friends. You ever do that, class? You ever upset your friends by pushing them away? Lizards will sometimes love bite out of irritation. Something my ferrets do as well. We'll see them soon enough. In fact, probably shortly. And I'm dead. Oh, I'm alive. I guess I was going to be dead, but they fought each other off. Yeah. Kill each other. The game handles death weird. I think I do too. Come on. Come on, bats. Oh, got some free food out of it at least. Oh no, why did I fall down? Is that one sick? Is it hurt? It seems to be injured. Greens are a bit like golden retrievers. Kind of stupid. All right, see if I can actually make this now. Yes. We're nice and full now. Yep, just stay away from me. No need to fight, no need to kill, no need to eat. Whoa, where am I? Where am I? I couldn't see where I was on the screen. Couldn't see where I was. It's all right. Don't want to have to fight that mosquito again, though. I don't think I had a weapon left at that point. That's probably why I couldn't stay alive. Yep, you guys can fight it out. Leave me alone. You really gonna keep coming after me? It's really gonna just only try to kill me. Okay. I feel like that's a bit vindictive. There's a giant aggressive green lizard there who's trying to kill you and me. I only ate one of her babies. Come on, she can make more. Who hasn't made a mistake? But he who is without eaten baby cast the first spear. There. Are you satisfied now? I only ate one of her babies. And then I fed her body to a lizard. Yeah, it seems like a nice happy lizard. I'm a happy little slug cat. I ate a bat. So that lizard is my friend. Because I fed him a dead mosquito mom. Now he's following me. That's good. Oh, so I might need to feed more often. Have a stick just in case. This one isn't trying to eat me right now. Live with it. There we go. That one does not like me. That is not my friend. Okay, they're just sort of... Okay, you guys go and do that, and I'm going to leave. You guys chomp it out over there. There's another one here. He seems a little clumsy. He fell down again. His mother did not bless him with great programming. Suppose I could just spear him. We have another spear here already, waiting. Come on up. Go ahead. Tanky and stupid, you say? I can relate. Now he has been juked. Oh. This didn't really take me anywhere. Ah, okay. Well, stuck between two lizards again. That's okay. Yep. Keep fighting. Keep fighting anyone but me. Oh. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I don't know where. We're in somewhere. Silly little fellas. Silly little creatures. Did I find a spot? I found a spot. Ah. Ah. I made it. We did it. We have obtained shelter. We had plenty of food. Wake up, sleepy slug cat. It is time to commit murder. That's kind of true, actually. You're very, very correct. It's not murder, it's just hunting, if you eat it afterwards. It might be a subtype of hunting called, like, cannibalism if it's a creature within your own species. Might be frowned upon in some legal circles. Most things in the world want to keep me dead, or want to get me dead, Ruffles. Well, unfortunately for them, I enjoy living. Means that I'm going to take this brick that I apparently have in my hand, smash them with it. And there's 2 giant lizards. I'm a herbivore, unfortunately, it seems. Oh well. Well, he is eating bats. Right. Observe the lizard behavior. Green, extremely stupid. Oh, it can only eat the small ones. What the heck is this? Don't like the sound of that. Nope. I don't like what that looks like. Why is it flashing red? Why is it giving me psychic visions? Karma Gate. Karma police, arrest this man. Symbol has to match the gate's symbol. Okay, that makes sense. This looks like it was some kind of advertising sign in the back. E for gamer. Oh, you want some of this? Little buddy is Iggy. Guide, okay. So it's our Navi. Hey, listen. Let's go up in here. Okay. That lizard just fell to its death, I think. Oh, nope, I did. We're getting down deep in here, huh? Eat the food. Eat it, cat. Ooh, this is dark. Ooh, that bar has bristles on it of some kind. Bristly. Feel like I shouldn't touch it. Nope rope, a pole plant. I will not climb it. Looks bad. Looks bad to touch. I see that you are a furret. Is that correct? On stream avatars? Is that a furret? Yes, it is. Well, you are in luck because when we take a break shortly, we're going to go visit with my class pets, who are ferrets. Get away from me. Get away from me. Oh, I had to use my stick. And now the lizard won't leave me alone. Sorry, Nope Rope, you were too weak. Oh, two of them. Okay, you can just walk past it. Okay, this is a new bug. Kind of blue beetle. Unfortunately, it is already dead. Okay, goodbye. Okay, yep, some kind of flying beetle. All right. It's a squidcata. Squidcata. Try not to incur any wrath. Is water deadly, or can I touch water? Feels like rain is. Oh, okay. I guess we're gonna find out the hard way. And yes, we're all right. Water can be deadly. Just don't drown. Good tips. Oh, that's some cool graffiti. Okay, so this is another karma gate. It would appear. Okay, I was being targeted by something. Sandbox items. Noob trap. Well, that's me. I'm the noob. I don't want to be trapped. Why did I try and fight that thing? Yep, fall down. Oh, yep, there's an nope rope. Class, you know what that means? I don't know how the rest of you feel about the Furt Walk song, but I love the Furt Walk song with lyrics. If you have not heard the Furt Walk with lyrics song, we're going to listen to that right now, real quickly.
Other Pokemon can fly majestically through the sky, but I can walk.
They can walk.
Other Pokemon can dig a hole that's real deep and big, but I can walk. They can walk. I don't quite know where I am going, but still, if there's anywhere that can be walked to, I will. Don't need a reason to keep walking, I just do, till I'm back home with you. Other Pokemon can shout and shoot lasers from their mouths, but I can walk.
They can walk.
Other Pokemon have quads, one of them is literally God, but I can walk. They can walk. And sure, they might be the creator of all, but I'm out here walking while they're trapped in a ball. No destiny or massive Pokemon to fight, just walking till the night. Other Pokemon evolve, but my growth is long resolved, plus I can walk.
They can walk.
Other Pokemon lay eggs, I prefer to move my legs cause I can walk. They can walk. Some say I'm silly and I'm wasting my time. I just keep on walking and I leave them behind. There's no time to be sad when there's so much to see. Further ahead of me.
Some say I'm silly and I'm wasting my time. I just keep on walking and I leave them behind. I love that line and I love that song. It does fill me with determination, and it is a magical piece. Truly wonderful. I think that's actually a great place for us to take a break to go visit with Moki and Ori. What do you think? Would you like to go visit with the class pets? Put a little music on. All right, so I will head down in there. You will see me in just a moment. If the camera reverts back to this screen, don't worry, it will go back in just a moment. Get a better song going in here. There we go. All right, let's see how they're doing, see what they're doing. Yes, indeed, they are the silliest of creatures. Up by their little alcove on the top of their cage there, they have their water dish. They love to splash all of it as much as they can out of the water dish. I'm gonna have to go down there and dry that up a bit. Yes, they have their cardboard fortress technology. Built them a cardboard kingdom. I think we're almost coming up on their first anniversary. I'll have to look up exactly what day it is. Shouldn't be too long though. The first anniversary of being adopted. Becoming a member of my family. I think I interrupted their nightly nap. And by nightly nap I mean their 8 to 10 naps a day. I will get some video tomorrow. I'd like to have some video and some live shots of them each day. All right, well, such silly babies. See if I can find the most recent one I took of them. Oh yeah, their attempts to get out of their enclosure. She knows I'm watching her too, and she doesn't care. Make a jail that can hold me, she says. Oh, look at her. Yep, she's so silly. And clumsy. They're both quite clumsy. All right, we managed to survive into another cycle. Oh, hello, Navi. Slugcat yearns for the mines. Oh, that was a rope. Yep, danger. Oof. Oh, there's that bug. Get away from me, bug. Ask for anything to do with you. Oh, get away from me. What is he trying to tell me? No, I don't mind. That's all right. Not mind any spoilers at all. Just trying to show you food. There is food down. Throw a spear at that plant. Interesting. Oh. I see. Oh, it's a popcorn plant. Ah. Delicious. And now I'm all full. Yummy. Okay. That was cool. Right, I can't do the water thing yet. That is a green lizard. Dangerous. Snap, snap. Okay. Careful of the nope ropes for sure. Curl up and take a little sleepy pee. We left some food for ourselves here, which is great. All right. Now where to go from here? Ouch. You've fallen for the wicked designs of the nope ropes in the past. Quite sneaky and cheeky breaky. Oh, what is this now? It's yucky, whatever it is. It's got some kind of tendrils on it. I don't like it. Sneaky Ricky Ticky Tavi. Who remembers that one? You barely remember Ricky Tikki Tavi? The mongoose? Egg bug? It's an egg bug, Ebi. That's right, Rao. How did I do that super jump? Taught me before, but I didn't. That's an egg bug. It'll drop 6 food if I kill it? Back arches. Let go without movement. Don't hold down. Just hold jump. Okay. I'm being very silly. Teehee. Ah, okay. I don't think I can get up any farther here. Okay, let's see if we'll do a... Okay, we'll try that. Throwing something after you pounce. Pounce, then throw. Okay, I see it. Get a little bit more distance. Yeah, like dropping a Yoshi down into a pit of lava so that you can get some more distance. I see. Throw boosting. Ah, we're getting some advanced techniques now. I have no idea how I got to where I am or what's going on, but onward we venture. Oh, right, this dark spot. Oh, it wants me to go up. Okay, I'm trying. Trying, little yellow thing. There we go. Where is it that you want me to go, Navi? Oh. No. Oh, got it. Oh, I was very lucky there. Oh, right, the Karma Gate. Oh, I gotta get up there. Thing's still got my spear in it. Karmagate sounds like a coding thing it could be. There we go. Go around because it's hard to get up that way. Okay. Whoa, whoa. There's a green one now too? Am I eating this? Whoa, I just ate a mushroom. Trippy. Whoa, dudes. Whoa. You ever wonder what it would be like if we had, like, thumbs, man? Whoa. My hands can touch anything but themselves. I vaguely recall that scene, but can't remember exactly where it is, though. What it is, where it's from. They can touch anything but themselves. Oh no. I want that spear. Get away from me. Okay, yes, there's definitely rain coming. Let's get into this nice little spot. Yummy. It is the big green monster from Futurama. Noma, you are correct. It is the reporter creature.
Dude, my hands are huge. They can touch anything but themselves. Oh, wait.
Let's go.
Yep, you got it. You were correct. The tunnel in the middle, you can climb up in that area, by the way. Okay. We have a couple of spears. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. He ate a human edible. This one. Yeah. Very nice, thank you. Right, and then I can climb up this alien looking thing. Gotta try and not die to this thing. Get it over here. Oh, fudge. Yes. I might still need amateur tips. I'll throw a rock first. Make it expose its soft underbelly. Yes, fight each other. Fight each other. Rock first, then spear. Whoopsie. Bonk, then stab. Good strategy. Alright, and then came this Karma Gate. Nice. Oh. Oh my. The machinery still works. Ah, and the water has drained. I made it out of the outskirts? Oh, that's good, because I need a stick. Need stick. Stick for that food. Yummy. Birdland, huh? Oh, these aren't strong enough to make it pop, huh? Need a spear. Rip. Oh, wait. It's telling me there's spears over here. Silly. There we go. Delicious foods. Yummy. Hello, Mr. Burbs. Nice. We're full. Opened up a new region. Feeling good. Oof. Saw the shadow of the bird. That's quite a climb. Ah, up some kind of shaft here. What an incredible level of industrialization they have here. Uppies. Ooh. Really climbing up here. Oh, uppies. Wow. No. This does look like a bad place. I don't want to be here. Oh no. My other left. Right, not left. Go to the T-shaped room. Would like to have some tea. Hello, Aurora. Exit stage right even. Exit stage right even. I bet most of you don't know who that character is. Kid Shepard probably does. Maybe Almost Pirate. It is a cat. It's Snagglepuss even. Am I in the right spot now? Yeah, you're right, Noma. Snagglepuss, very early Hanna-Barbera. Agretsuko. I did beckon you with my English reference, my tea reference. So I should go into this room. I will just pause here for a second and take a drink of water so that my friends in the class can get their bearings. Harvey Birdman, attorney at law. Zach Galifianakis did do it with Between Two Ferns. All right, so now I'm in a room with my little... Oh, he's directing me upwards, so yeah, upwards at least one more, I imagine. Come on, you silly little slug cat. Uppies. Slug want uppies. Uppies. Up. Slug is trying its best, but it needs to try harder. And then right. Okay. Ta-da! Okay, how do I get up here, though? There we go. A little bit of parkour. That's all it took. Nap time. Oh. Doesn't matter how cute you are. Could still be food for another creature. Wake up, grab our spear and our rock. Very true, Rao. The cuter you are, the more likely it is that you are food. the circle of life. It might also just be camouflage, yes. Or a way to draw in victims. Oh, wow, there's lots of bad stuff here, huh? All right, get a little bit of food. Yum, yum. Bow down. Lots of bats here. Oh, that was a bad mistake. That was a very bad mistake. That was very silly of me. That was a bad mistake. How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes. I don't even know why I tried to fight that thing. I didn't even need to. Just trying to run past it. It is Friday, Rao. It's Friday, Friday. Got to get down on Friday. Yep, I could just sneak right past it. Ah, sneaky, sneaky.
I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else.
What a great song, and of course there is the bird. Looks great. I have some firecrackers. I don't know what I can do to do with them though. But, yeah, horrifying bird. I thought this was some food, but apparently it is some firecrackers. Firecrackers and a strange flower. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. Chip in a chair. The slug cat has a chip in a chair. It's Free Ren Friday. Eat, eat, eat it. I don't know if I can do anything up here, but what does this thing that I'm holding even do? Oh, little parkour. Ah. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it does, but I'm holding on to it. Reserves your karma for one death? Oh. Oh. Delightful. I eated it. Right then. Ooh. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, not somewhere I want to be though. Okay, I guess we're all right. Oh, criminies. Oh, I'm falling to my death. Oh, I'm awake. I'm alive. Fell a long ways, though. Yeah, total BGM dissonance in this one as well. Ah, I almost made it. Ah, it worked before. It is kind of a watery song, though. That works. Oh, dear. Oh, beans. I don't want to be there. It has a spear. It has a weapon. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Oh, I don't like it. They're scavengers. They can be friend or foe. I haven't done anything to earn being a friend, and it is coming into the water after me. I don't have anything to give them, unfortunately. I got up here before, but I stopped. Okay. It's gonna swim around you. It doesn't look like it wants to kill me.
Welcome. You've got mail.
Evie! Evie has joined the honor roll. Thank you so much for your subscription. Thank you, Evie. You are now on the honor roll. Oh my goodness, these things are scary. Oh my gosh. It hit me. It didn't kill me, but it hit me. It's something. Do 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 do. I'm just happy that I survived that fall to the water. It bonked me with the rock. That bat just flew right into my hands. I'm the one who's supposed to be bonking things with rocks. Who does he think he is? I am just in constant fear for my life here. Scavengers like shinies. Try to bring them some shinies. It got me. They're faster in the tubes than I am. That bird is disgusting. I went into the tube butt first. Oh no. I'm behind 2 cycles now. Oh wait, I had that thing that I ate. That's right. I did not have to lose a cycle. Very good, very good. I see we have an Isabel, an Ibizel. I got another one right here I can eat. Nice. Which way you go into a tube affects your speed. Dang. Strats. Getting the pro strats. Oh, wow. Hello, bird. Hello, lizards. Meet bird. Lizard and bird. Aha! I hit him with a rock before I ran away. It was more of a brick than a rock, but you know what I mean. Whoop. Some kind of scary creature for sure.
Let them fight.
Ah, yes, let them fight. I don't need to get involved. Birds and lizards are natural enemies, like brothers and sisters. Like the Scotch and the Welsh, the Scotch and the British, Scotch and the Irish, Scotch and other Scotch. That's a Simpsons thing, right? Actually, haven't really watched The Simpsons, but I'm pretty sure that's a Simpsons joke. See, see, they're still fighting. Wow. I didn't watch The Simpsons, Bit Shepherd, because my parents would not let me watch The Simpsons. Or Pokemon. Yeah, this is some great nature documentary right here. The wild vulture drags the lizard out into the open. Maybe I can help a little bit. I'm helping. This battle does not seem like it's going to go anywhere. You've come a long way, baby. Pretty sure that's a cigarette advertisement. Parliament, maybe? We are still munching on bats, though. Yeah, come on, lizard. You just try it. Right. It was here that I was trying to get. I hear some footsteps and I don't like it. Some kind of large creature. There we go. Oh, come on. You can make that. Come on, slug cat. You can do it. Okay, we haven't been here before. This is new. Instinct tells me that I want to go up. There's a pearl up top, see? Good instincts. There's a pearl of great price. Oh, that thing is camouflaged. Okay. Okay. I see how it is. They tell you about the pearl, but they don't tell you about the crazy camouflaged lizard. There's another one down there too. Oh, there's one with a spear in it already. Yeah, fight each other, please. Oh, please don't kill me. These are white lizards. The scavenger must have stabbed that one. Yeah. Wow. Oh, God, get off of me. Oh, there's nothing I can do about it. Get away. Oh, it's over. It's so ogre. I'm pressing buttons as fast as I can. There's nothing I can do. Scavenger, it would be nice if you came and helped us. Oh God, help. Oh God. Oh, beans. Okay. Okay, I'm going to pause because I see there's an ad coming up. I'm going to run a 60-second ad while I can, and then I'll be right back. Well then, we're back. I am ready to go. See, there is a roulette going. Shepherd bit 50 on black and has won. Congratulations. I do not promote gambling, but it'd be fun. All right, so yes, thank you so much for your pro strats. I'm glad that I'm not going into this alone. Close to its mouth, let go of the tongue to bite you. Let's go of the tongue to bite you. There's an opening. So I am live. I have a spear, and it's a huge bird. Yep, just gonna run and let it go. Fortunately, now I have to deal with the bird and the... I wish that lizard would come over here and come get some. Okay, yeah. Get out of here, bird. Not welcome. You're not wanted. Oh, geez. And then there's a... What the heck? I got rejected from the tube. Oh, that was the scavenger. Oh my god. There is so much happening here now. There's a scavenger. There's a bird. There's a white lizard. There's a blue lizard. The white-eyes blue dragon. Okay, this is where I fell that one time. Yeah, there's a white-eyes blue dragon. There was a lot going on there, and I didn't like any of it. Oh, I can give them a spear. Well, it's been a while since I've seen just a normal green lizard. Nice, full up on food. Alright, we've got food and a spear. Haven't I been here before? Yeah. Yeah, I am sensing some rain coming. Gonna want to get to some safety, right? Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I do not know where the safety is. And I should have been paying more attention. It appears that I am going to die. Oh! What is happening up here? I don't like that at all. Yeah, that's death. Yeah, so that's the rain in Rain World. The deluge. Strange that I was up by the surface, basically. Or it looked like it. The surface world. I tap the map button, it'll bring up my food bar. See the timer. Maybe I'll try going down instead of up. Oh, or not. Oh, there's some more mushrooms. Oh, and there's a pearl there? Is that what that is? Eat it. Eat the mushroom. Pick up a spear. Develop sentience. Create civilization. Send to the stars. Attack and dethrone God, yes. I just ate that pearl. Oh, yeah. Nice. Give it to a scavenger. Okay. So I am not the only sentient creature around. Good to know I'm not alone in the world. Ouch! What the heck? How do I save the squid? I'll pick it up. Grab him and throw him in the water. Oh, I need to find some water. Oh, there we go. Threw him in some water. Okay. Some kind of bean or something that was popping. Okay, nope, you monster, stay away from me. Oh, this is where I fell down that one time. And I couldn't get up. Well, the squid was happy, and then he was eaten. Okay, I don't think I can do anything else here. I almost drowned like 8 times there. I got a little distracted. Oh, the snails are coming after me. I'd like to eat up there, my friend. Oh, there we go. Oh, got it. Ah, there we go. Finally, figured it out. Oh, they're edible. I was full on food. Oh, nice. There we go. And I've protected my karma. And I can rest. Oh, sleepy, sleepy. Ooh, all right, now. See if we can make it one more time.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
Ah. Nothing wrong with some gay frogs. I don't mean gay French people. Wish you could animate sometimes. Me too. The happy little slug cat in the tub. Paddling. So let's venture forth once more. Ooh, that's different. Looks awful, but different. Oh, this is... Oh, there's a scavenger. Well, unfortunately, it is around a bad monster. What is this? Is this some kind of larvae? Yes. Where does it want me to go? Is the thing gonna explode? I ate one of them. Oh, okay. Now I can eat it. Nice. Navi wants me to go up here. How did a vulture grub get all the way down here? Why did you want me to come out here? Yeah, I was just there. That was a home. And I just rested. Not trying to rest again. Trying to find some progress or a scavenger to give my pearl to. Huh. Whoa. Okay. Got some kind of battle going on here too. An electric one. Got a centipede. Yeah, that one's dead. That one's dead for sure.
for sure! Miss Riz, you are a bad teacher!
Yeah, he's dead. What is that? No, yeah, I don't even think the teachers union could have kept her employed, given her crimes. Yeah, me and the scavenger were like both like, yeah, we're done. We're outie. This is a strange, so precarious situation we have going on here. I can't get through here because both of the entrances are blocked by dead bodies. Okay, yeah, you're right, Navi. I should be leaving this place. We're right. Darn it, I had a weapon, I just didn't. You can just climb on anything, huh? That's a good one. That is a good video. Thank you, Evie. Oh, come on, Slug Cat. You can do it. And maybe you can't. On, finish your berry, then finish your... Oh man, that white lizard was sitting there the whole time. Do I have to follow this green lizard? That sucks. Whoa, there is some stuff going on here. There's some stuff going on there, and I did not like it. Please don't hurt me. I'm gonna go up in here in the scavenger area. Don't push me away. What are you doing, man? This is a wild scene. Here's the pearl. Here, take this. Here, take this. Take this thing from me. I'll throw the pearl at it. Unfortunately, now I'm on drugs. Come back. I have pearl for you. Here. They take pearl. Nice. I give them pearl. We're friends now. They gave me spears? Yeah, they did leave a bunch of spears in there. I can try and kill this creature. I missed. It was a fair trade. I should have traded there out here though, so I wouldn't have to go back in there. Ouch! Why did you kill me? I suppose he didn't kill me, he just sort of hit me with the spear. Rip. Rip in peace. I'm silly. A fair trade would have been if they'd helped me kill the thing. That would have been a really fair trade. I feel like a pearl. I feel like that's worth at least saving my life. But I don't know what the exchange rate is there right now. Oh, I don't have enough rep. I need to get them to one-up rep me. Like we're trading hats in Team Fortress 2. There we go. Splishy splash. Ouch. It stunned me. Dang, you have to give them a pearl just to be okay with them? Oh, geesh. Dang lizards. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. There was nowhere to go. There's a white lizard on one side and a green on the other. Okay, I don't like that spot. We're going backwards. We're not making it. We're not gonna make it. It's a tough spot. Now, come on, snails, don't mess with me. Oh, come on. I didn't even do anything to you. Get up of the way. Get away. Get out of here. Okay, so there's them. And... okay. Okay, we're friends now, right? Yeah, you guys fight him. Fight him for me. Oh, they just hit me with a rock. Okay. Annoyed with me being close to them. They were all up in my grill. Whoop, nope, not going there. Jerks. That's fun. Get over here, bat. I need the food. Oh, we do not like that. Not liking what we're seeing there. Okay, got a spear at least. Yep, 2 of them. A giant purple one. Yep, I know that they're bad. You don't need to tell me that, Navi. You don't need to tell me they're bad news. I don't know why I'm carrying this leaf, though. A couple lizards over here battling as well. I'm just going to let them do their thing. Scooch on right by you there. You can have fun with your fight. Get a bird or a bat. Chow, chow, chow. Ah, get back here. I need more food. Strange spot. Down here, bats. I need more food. What are you doing, Slugcat? They'll butt first off of that cliff. Okay, we're halfway dead. This is a strange area. There doesn't seem to be anything else I can do here. We're all down here. I think we're almost to the point where I need to get some shelter. Oh no. Oh God. This is less than ideal. And I'm dead. Holy wow, okay. I'm gonna have some trouble with this spot, huh? We are going backwards. Well, class, why don't we end it here for the evening? can pick it up next time. Let's head back to the main room here. So, well, that was an amazing first experience. There's a lot going on, a lot more than I expected in terms of mechanics. Lots of wild stuff happening. A bit of strategy. You did make it indeed to the end route. Congratulations. Good job. Way to stay focused and pay attention for the entire class. Yes, yes. What do you think? What did you think of the lesson? What did you think of our first session of Rain World? Definitely something I will continue to work into our schedule. We will continue with Red Dead 2. And of course, as I've said, I do have to play Five Nights at Freddy's because you, class, made it to the community challenge goal. Good job. I need to look for some more lessons that I can give. Might do another hypnotherapy session at some point. I keep looking for good, useful health lessons to teach. Missed the lesson part. Well, that's all right. I will cut that out as usual and put that up onto the VODs channel if anyone wants to go back over our memory lesson. I'd like to thank Ruffles for joining us and for giving me lots of help and tips, as well as Evie. Yeah, it is sort of a survival Metroidvania. Those of you who are not in the Discord, definitely go ahead and join that as well. I really appreciate people who drop ideas that they would like me to cover in terms of lessons. There's so much that I could talk about, so I would like to know what you want me to talk about, what you would like me to teach. We have been doing this for less than 6 months. And streaming for less than 6 months, I feel like we have a nice little community here together. I'd like to keep going and keep figuring out new things that we can learn, we can teach each other about. What else? What else? What else? So many things I would like. So glad that I started doing this, though. I hope you are as well. Just to illustrate the fact that I haven't been doing this for very long, and I don't know a whole lot of the streamers. I don't know anyone else who's up right now, who's streaming. Send you off to on a raid. See here. You want eat bats? Noma? I don't think we should be eating bats. I don't think we should be doing that. I think that's something that Slugcat should do. Because that's their normal diet, one would seem. In whatever biosphere that has emerged in the post-apocalyptic universe that they live in. Do not unleash new plagues, Noma. No more plagues. In fact, I wish we had not had any of the plagues. No, no. No plagues. Please no. Let's see. Let's see. If you have ideas, if you have friends you would like me to check out, if you have other VTubers that you watch, please let me know, certainly. I'd like to make new friends in VTuber space. I rarely ever actually watched them before my friend Caramel Bandit. Yes, I like small, independent VTubers, just like me. Yeah, yeah, Rao, it's sort of a space I didn't really expect to find myself in. But after watching our friend Caramel for a while and thinking, you know, that looks like fun and it's a good way to get me to make myself start working through my backlog of games. And I realized, you know, it might be something that's useful for teaching lessons. Maybe it's something I can explore in terms of improving virtual curriculum, online delivery of educational material. I hope that the lessons are somewhat useful. Maybe I'll be able to, at some point, rework them into being actual sort of classroom lessons that can be taught so that people can, you know, if they can't attend in person, or, you know, if there are any kinds of lockdowns in the future, that online classes can be a little bit more engaging, maybe with a character like this involved. But yeah, it is very hard to build following and to build growth as a VTuber in an independent position, not really knowing anyone beforehand. But it is a lot of fun. It's a whole lot of work, let me tell you. There's a lot of work involved in all of this. I feel like I've done a good amount of background work on, you know, the aesthetics and creating channel point redeems and just the structure of everything that we have here. Feels like most people aren't quite this far along at this stage, so I feel very good about that. I know that some of you have been very supportive and helped me out a lot. Supporting the channel, following, sharing, subscribing. Trying to find all kinds of good theming. And then the lessons, you know, crafting the lessons and putting them together. Once a week, having a 15, 30, 45-minute lesson on something that's, you know, of actual use to people. Let's find someone relatively new who does not have a whole lot of followers, and we'll just send us off to there. Yeah, being a badger helps, Noma, for sure. Gosh, seeing some of these people with 7,000 viewers, 60,000 viewers. Oh, what are they doing? You were just you. Well, you are something special in yourself, so certainly not anything wrong with that. And for that matter, even with all of the work that I've done, I mean, it's still so hard to put it together and to get interest, to generate attention, especially because we don't typically do the normal thing here. I'm not doing reaction videos. I'm not posting a lot of viral content on Twitter and doing a bunch of follow backs and, you know, raffles that no one ever wins. You know, the typical sort of social media engagement that people use to drive a lot of their follower count. I don't think I can be shameless enough for that. Besides which, if I ever do start doing this as a, you know, like an actual curriculum type deal, actual lessons, I feel like that might not be good if I had that in the history of this character and myself. Yeah, I don't like that stuff. I feel fake just sort of engaging with it, to be honest with you. All right, I want to pick someone who seems random, has a small amount of people, is playing the game Lies of P, which I've heard is really good. Let me just jump in there so that when I jump in, I'm not in an ad. Okay, when that happens, wait for a moment. But again, like I said, thank you all so much. I didn't expect to have people sort of have a loyal following. Thank you all so much for being here. We've been at it about 4 hours. I think that's all for the evening. Please, I will try to have another stream maybe Monday. Streaming more than twice a week is pretty hard right now with the start of the semester. But it will always be at least 2 times a week. At least on, say, a Wednesday in the middle of the week. We're just playing games and chatting, and usually a lesson on, say, a Friday or Saturday. I will have my schedule posted on Twitter for the next week, and I will mention it in the Discord. Go ahead and follow the Twitter. It's Mr_Aegis. Everything is Mr_Aegis. Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Nemo TV, Tumblr, Instagram. I've got it all. Thank you all. Let's head out to this raid. Thank you, EB.
Like, fairly accessible in ways that you wouldn't expect. Like, one thing I talk about the most